Hello. It is time. Oh. So yeah, yesterday, bad day. Today, okay. Twitch just died. Am I back? I'm connected, but I can't see my own stream. Hello? Alright, it's back. Cool. Okay. Essentially what my issue was here was, I wanted to be able to edit. I guess this one doesn't matter. Actually, this one's fine. I was kind of wanting to avoid putting an editor on here. Actually, I want to go see exactly what this does, because it doesn't take a reference. It takes the resource, but when I was passing it as a duplicate, it was like instantly dropping it. Or not instantly dropping it, but when I called update property, the object had become null at that point. Is what was happening. I'm gonna try to find this. And by try, I mean I will. Okay, so... yeah. See, it takes an object. I'm assuming this doesn't make it a reference. Which is why when I passed it as a duplicate, the memory was like instantly freed. So I'm gonna look for update property. Inspector section. Update property. Object get. Okay. Alright, let me see if there's an object set. There's edit set. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it will update it, which is not what I wanted. I really don't want it to edit the object. Yeah, but it looks like it will. So... alright. I was thinking what I could do is I could set up Okay. There, I have two options here. Option one, more setup, but more long-term usability. Option two, also a lot of setup. I manually create every single property on the thing, right? Like I'm doing right now. I say, all right, I have an FOV. I got to put these in. I got to code them in and do all that. And then connect like an onChanged. So I can set the value how I want it to be set. Or what I can do, I could probably even go into editor, honestly, and put some static classes here so that it will create some like base nodes for me and give me signals on those nodes. Essentially, the question is, how rigid are these? Right? That's the question. When I put something on here, is it going to stay like this? Or am I going to say, all right, I want a new property here. I want to change something about this. I don't know. I guess the thing is, every time I want to add something or change how one of these properties works, or even say, I don't know, just anything, right? Any time I change one of these exports here, I would have to go to the editor. I'd have to support it. And then I have the property and I can edit it. And then at that point, I would go and implement the code that uses this. So let's say, I don't know, I add some kind of like reset timer or something to this. So every 10 seconds, it like goes blind. I'm just making something up just as an example. Like, I don't know, it's just some like blindness effect that I have like blind and some number of ticks that it's going to be blind for. I would really like if I could just say export var blind and do, you know, int 100. And then it just appears in the editor. It just appears in the editor and I don't have to do anything else with it. I don't have to touch the editor. And I can say, all right, now I go down here and I start writing in, you know, go blind, okay? Go build. But like that kind of thing, right? I don't want to get right into the code. I don't want to touch UI. At least for things like this, where it's like a simple setup. I just have a bunch of like ranges, an array. And the thing is, these are already defined, right? The way that I want it to be used is here. If I need something extra, I could, like in theory, go in there and make it a little bit extra. Okay, I'm going to do that. I want to set it up. So if I want something new in here, I just throw it in here. I set the properties, I set the hint string, I do all of that. Property storage, so it won't appear on the side. And then the vision editor just handles that right away. It's set up so that this type of resource is like a simple resource. So by default, it just handles it. Yeah, I would really like that. I would really like that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come back into common. I'm going to put this spin slider as its own class. What I'm really going to do is I'm going to say, I need some like base editor thing that essentially it takes the object, it puts the data in there, it gives it a fake duplicate copy of that object, and as I edit that object, I get callbacks that come out. Default behavior is just to set the value back on the thing, the original thing. And then I'll be extendable, so I can say, all right, before I set it, pass it through this function so I can do some operation on it. I can validate something, I can limit some range, I don't know, whatever else. And then throw it in there. Yeah, so Twitch is just dying today, I guess. That's the second disconnection. I'm not getting split, am I? No VOD splits? Back with sound? Yep, cool. All right. This will just be control, I guess. Right, so this should be the extended resource. Why am I typing that wrong every time? Okay. And then I will have I think that's actually it. All right, here's the thing. No, I was gonna say I want these editors to have actually, yeah. I do want these editors to have their own display. So I'm going to call this I don't know. Hey, Yulia. Calm down. What? What did I do here? I still want to be able to just set something like this up so I can see it. What do I need? Okay. I need it. Essentially, I want to be able to say, hey, I'm a simple resource, just give me some editors for Just give me some editors, right? Get editor property. And what this should return is... Honestly, I don't know how this works. I don't know why this one works. But the other ones don't work. Did this work? This probably didn't work. This probably doesn't work. As I have it right now. Essentially, I want to take a property info, and give back a node. Actually, what I really want to do is to give a property info, give an onset method, so when I change it, I can read back. I can do some extra processing on it if I want to. It's optional. And otherwise, set it directly on the object, on the resource. I don't know. Okay, what I really like about this, how this works right now, at least for that array thing, which was nice, is that as soon as I typed into it, okay, what I didn't like is that as soon as I typed into it, it updated the original object. But I did like that it was calling back every time and saying, hey, here's new value. You know, maybe that's not a bad thing that it sets it. Because then they're both still reading from the same object. I have a need to get something like this where I know that something has been modified. What do I do? I need some interface somewhere. I would like it to be a simple function for things that I know are going to be really simple, like this. This is like literally just a settings file, and I just want certain ones, not this one, but certain ones to just appear when I add them. I'll even be happy if I have to tell it like the specific name every time. Like, here's the names of the properties that I want to display. As opposed to just a simple like, give me all the editors and I just add them as children to a list. I want to see where this changed. When this changed thing emits. Property changed. Emit signal P? What is that? Emit changed. Okay, so it's only called here. Let me go start. Okay. Keying. I think this is not, yeah, I don't get that one. Revert. If I click revert. Although I don't think, yeah, I don't think I even show revert. Yeah, that's not even a possibility for me. There's menu option, paste value. We just call emit changed. Revert value. So wait, does this actually update it? Cache property equals value. What? That's really weird code, to be honest. Why is it doing a cast? It doesn't have to do that cast, does it? That's already what it is. We create an array of the arguments, and then we create a const pointer array of the pointers. It looks like emit changed is just telling it to change. I mean, okay, the only time I use that is just for this one, like, mask thing, which is honestly fine. I don't think I have any need to be validating that. Okay. I kind of want to function like this. I want to be able to say, first of all, I'm actually going to go and take this out. So, because I want to put it on this. I feel like it makes more sense to be over there instead of extended resource. Get property info is fine to stay there. It's kind of its own thing. Okay, let me put this over here. I think I could put the script on there and then change the base type anyway. Yeah, I can definitely do that. Mark it as a tool. So I can still set up, like, scenes to use. So I'd put these here. And instead of returning this, I'll return a behavior property editor. It takes in the resource, takes in the property name. It will actually take in the info. And then I have a callable here. An optional one. So I've already got the property info. Not create editor for because its info was empty. And I guess this will just be resource path. Probably good enough. So now what I can do is I can check the type. So, depending on the type, or not the type, but the type and a hint, I guess. So the type is an integer. The hint string. Oh, what is it? I gotta find this. It's on object. Get property list. Hint is a property hint, and then hint string. Okay. I want to go back. Back? Nice. Hint string and hint. Usage flags. You don't think I care about usage flags? Yeah, I don't care about those at all. Just the type, hint, and the hint string is all I need. Alright, so I'll start with the if it's an integer or a float, I'm displaying the spin box, my own spin box. So let's go ahead and put that to its own thing. I guess duplicate that. And I'll call this Spinbox. Or number editor. There we go. So I'll just have these two access as unique names, and then I will attach number editor, which will inherit from that. It doesn't like it, so I guess I'm just gonna type it manually then because it's being dumb. If the type is a type int, or type is a type float, we're going to make one of these number editors. Instantiate that. And then I guess if I get a type hint, stream reconnected. Dude, what is wrong with Twitch today? It is dying constantly. This stream is just going to be awful when it's uploaded. Perhaps unusable. I mean, apparently I've reconnected. Reconnected, is that real though? Yeah, Twitch is not happy today. I'm gonna end up with like 20 streams or something. Okay. It says I'm sending... I mean, I just don't know. It's not like... It says I'm sending frames, but like Twitch is not updating. Twitch isn't showing a stream. Okay, now it is. I guess I have to refresh. Alright, whatever. Test. It's not me, is it? I opened Down Detector and it looks like Twitch has a lot of reports, but it's not like it's spike right now. Where did you go? Dude, I think Twitch is struggling right now. I think Twitch is dying. That's like the third... Actually, no, that's probably like the fourth, fifth disconnection, I think. It keeps cutting in and out. Like, it would say, hey, we disconnected. Oh, we reconnected. Oh, we just disconnected again. Like, it just disconnected twice in a row there. After supposedly coming back. I gotta fix my really quick. Is it splitting the stream? Because I think you have like 30 seconds or something before it just like makes it a new stream. Which I also wonder if that's like annoying because I think it might... Okay, it all says one stream still. That's good. I don't want to like spam notifications. I don't know if like I cut out and I come back and it like sends everyone a notification again. I don't want to do that. What? Exiled Viking who fall in love with book, which made him skinnier and weaker. Huh? You trying to like talk about me? Are you trying to say I'm an exiled Viking? Skinnier and weaker? Well, alright. And then, okay, if the hint is a property hint, what range? Range. Oh, no, it actually does matter. Because if it's a range or none, we make a number editor. I don't know how else to write this. It's just gonna have to be a bunch of crap. What happened to you, man? Back in your glory days, you were killing losers like these who are home 24/7. I step out of my house like for maybe an hour a day. Total. You know, 1 hour. Maybe an hour. So I make one of these. You just believe that? Maybe 30 minutes. More recently. So I'm just going to pretend that number editor gives me expected initializer after constant name. Yeah, okay. Class gnome. Gnome name. If there's no hint, I guess what I do is I say, allow. How do I say that the editor is? I'll just say that. A crazy line. Then editor is number editor. I wish, like, in these contexts, it would know. Like, oh, you're making a number editor. Well, let's give you the functions that could be on that number editor. So I would say this has, like, a function that's, like, I don't know. Actually, I'll just say it. Slider will be, I guess I can actually just call it a range. Should be a function instead, actually. It would be a function that's like, I'll just say get range and it returns a range. Should these be functions? I mean, like, really they should be functions. Alright. I don't know. Yeah, it really doesn't like this right now. What's wrong with this? Editor is already defined. Right. I was forced to go out today because the refrigerator was empty. Forced to go out. Alright, just comment all this out. Just comment it all out. It's just dumb. Could not parse class. Yes, you can. Oh, look, you can. So range, I just allow greater, true, allow less, true. And I think what I do is I also hide. I'll say hide slider. I'll actually make it a variable. This will be, I guess that. Can I make a range? Abstract. It does say abstract, but there's no... Whatever. Right, spin box and spin box again. Just return both. We'll actually just return a slider. Hey everyone. I hate that Penguin's new clickbait technique is working on me. This show isn't trash anymore. That's what he always does. Here's wondering where you were yesterday. Also, I typed Silder. I mean, I also ended early yesterday. A little early. So. Didn't have enough time for Yelia to go crazy. Having to watch movies with. Okay, man. How do I have so many files open? Keep those open. I would kind of like it to accept. Yeah, let me actually have it accept, like, it will take a hint, be a property hint, and a hint string. I would like it to handle all of this on its own, instead of having to do editor property, do all of that. So if it's an int or a float, okay, this makes it way easier now, right? So I just say number editor, and I'll do number editor. Set, nope. What is it? What did I call it? I didn't hit save. Set up property. The hint and the hint string. And now I can do this. Can't parse it apparently, but it can. They watched your stream for a bit. Dan was here yesterday with someone else. Then it started with C. I had a follower called Camilla yesterday. That sounded like one message. Glad to see you well. Alright. So I don't need that. But I guess I would do. I probably need to do that. Hit range. And then I would do set. Or I guess I would do show slider false. So if we have no hint, just do this. I think that's all I gotta do, so I can just return. If we have a hint range, don't need any of that. I would parse it, which I think I deleted that code. Is that code somewhere still here? Vision settings, vision editor. It must be somewhere because it was doing it. Right? Or was it? Classic me deleting fine code because I'm like, oh, I don't want this anymore, and then I'm like, I actually want it back. And then I have to retype it. Okay. That's fine. No, not that. If we have no hint, do that. There's also... Okay, here's... Alright, here's the thing. So, I still want this other, like, mask selection thing. Yeah, it does a lot of stuff, and it probably does things that I can't do myself. Like when I rename the layers. That's probably not something I can do. Maybe it is, I don't know. But I'm not going to worry about that. It looks good enough to me. So how would I do that when I set up here? Because if it's a type or a float, I would set this up, then have a number editor. I guess what I would do in that case is... I mean, I guess I just make it myself here, right? It's a number editor. So if it is a property hint, layers, I guess any of these really. If it's any of these layers. I was going to say maybe I can like check a range here because I want all three of these. But I probably shouldn't do that. I don't think there's anything else for numbers. A float property, I guess there's that one. Which would be a custom one. An enum is an int. Or I guess I could have an integer that is an enum. Property hint enum suggestion. Instead, a string property can be an enumerated value. A property with this hint still accepts arbitrary values and can be empty. This value serves to suggest possible values. Oh, then there's flags. So I've got a lot of things. So I guess for some of these... Yeah, I guess for some of these I'm just going to spawn the normal editor for it and run it that way. So I'll grab this. Let's grab all this. I actually don't know the type of it, so let me just take in the info. Yeah, those are the ones that I actually need. What are the options? So I have range, I have enum. Enum suggestion is not actually one of them because I know I'm a number. So I have an enum, a hint enum. And I'll put these in numbered order. Exponential easing. Flags. Then I guess I have all these layers. And avoidance layers. So I just type in layers. Render, physics, navigation. Can I just copy these? Maybe that'll be a bit easier. Maybe. All right, there we go. I could use a range there. Like if hint is greater than or equal to enum and less than or equal to this. But that would break if they ever add something here. I'm assuming they're never going to add something here. They would just keep adding to the end of the list. And that should be it. Yeah. For all these ones, I want to use the default editor one. So this would be setup property. I guess it needs both. A few days ago, Japan's patent office rejected a key patent in the army of patents about how Nintendo handles monster capture. Yeah, I heard about that. Or rather, I saw a thumbnail of a video talking about it. Oh wait, no, I don't do that. Silly. Silly me. Don't duplicate it, just give it the thing. And then we use info name and Unchanged function. So these will have one of these. I guess I want it here so that I can change it anytime. Get editor for property. We'll create an editor. And this should call set resource property, resource. Property info name. And then probably also do unchanged func is that. Wait, is it actually smart and not telling me that these are... When I have a static function that... Wow. When I have a static function that has the same parameter name as one of these, it doesn't complain to me anymore. That's nice. About Japan or the US too? It was the US. All that effort to get one person, then it gets flipped on its head. What did they do? I don't even know. Who's the one person? Also, this doesn't need the resource. It's already there. The resource is already there. Well, it should be there. Actually, no, what this should do is do... I need to override this. And yeah, this should actually be a dictionary too. I don't think there's any reason for it to not be. Okay. The Copyright Office rejected the patent. Patent was made to go after Palworld in the first place. Yeah. Actually, I think the easing, yeah. The easing will do the same thing. It'll hide everything and just show the default editor. So I have a show slider and a show spinner. We'll hide both of those. I'll create an editor and add it. Which it should just be... I'll actually connect it to... Yeah, something here that's like... Is it an editor property? Yeah. What is it? Changed? Changing. You can do is valid, right? Is that on? True. Or is a custom callable? Oh wait, or is a custom callable. Okay, yeah. If it's valid, call it with a value. And then otherwise I just don't do anything, right? Just nothing. So I connect this to on editor property changed. So I can be sure that this, whatever the latest version of that function is the one that gets called. Japan only rejected one exact patent, not the summoning army. Summoning army? It's getting bright. Quickly. So, yeah, what I really do is I just call, not that, this with property info. So then I can just write this line very simply. set resource property, and then onChanged function. Lumen is eating your face. What? Come on, man. The past object and name are actually 100% ignored because we must call, otherwise it's nil. I'm pretty sure this is still true. I definitely have to do that. Right, for all these types, I'm making this one, I'm adding it, I'm connecting it, I'm updating the property, and then I do I can just call add child editor. And then that's it. Okay. So now for this custom thing, if I have a range, I need to do this. If arg's size is less than 3, that's an error. I use the latest advanced model to generate a 3D model of a cottage. Guess the number of vertices it has? Yeah. Yeah. Why did they make it do that first? I feel like when they were doing AI 3D modeling, they got to the point of like, okay, let's start optimizing the result, and just said, actually forget that. Just send them the crazy model. Ask it for a square box, and ask it for like a crate, and it's going to give you a trillion vertices. Yeah. I still like the crazy AI trick. Draw a circle and do not put any elephants in the image. And it's like, okay, circle and throw some elephants in there. Or just ask it for something, ask it to not do something, and it just will do it. Just can't help itself. It'll just do it. Make me a square, and don't put a hole in the middle of it. It's gonna be like, all right, here's a square with a hole in the middle of it. It does have to be specific. You always have to say like something specific that you don't want in there, that it could make, and then it will. I was watching, this is a really funny thing, I was watching Jonathan Blow try to get AI to like edit an image for him, and he kept saying, remove the glow, and it kept adding more glow to it every time. I was like, you can't tell it to remove the glow, because then it's just going to put more in there. It was really funny. It's getting to the point where literally every prompt he was putting in there was like, I want to change this, but also remove the glow, and it just kept adding more. All right. Two with nano banana. Just ask it for anything and say, don't put elephants in there, or like don't put giraffes in there. Don't put some object in there. You can't say like, don't use white, or like don't use something more abstract that's not specific. It's got to be something specific. Ask it for literally anything and then just say, also don't put a duck in there. Make sure there's no geese. Like something specific. Yeah, that one's probably good. As far as I'm aware, because of how they're trained, they're not trained for negatives like that. Training for negatives is like, I'm assuming it's a really hard thing to get, to train it to do. They're always just trained for positives, because they just take a result and some like prompt, and that's what they're comparing. I don't think they're ever writing in there, here's a hill with no animals on it, and then a hill with no animals on it. It's like a hill with animals, and then the prompt is hill with animals. I guess they figured it out. I mean, I want to see like if it even makes it a cube correctly. You DM'd me? I have no DMs. Oh, there it is. Without any elephants inside? That's actually funny. Why did it did like a chalkboard though? It still struggles to do very simple things, for sure. I might even say, like, ask it again, like, no, please don't put any elephants in there, try again, and then see what it does. There's definitely a point where just asking it for a plain white circle, like, give me a white circle on a black background, or give me a black circle on a white background, it would always keep adding some extra stuff. In that case, it made it like a chalkboard to put a book and quill in the background. I mean, that's not stuff you asked for, right? It got as far as not doing the thing you asked it not to do, but it's still doing things you didn't ask it to do. So I'm going to go through each of these and check whoops, what am I doing? Where was I? It was, one of these pages has it. Okay, keywords, exponential, ratings as degrees, and then hide slider. Or greater or less. Yes, there's a bunch of these. Nano banana. I've not heard of nano banana before. Still light. $160,000 vertices for the cube. Nuts. Has gotten good, but still not there yet. I asked for that too, but it still didn't fall for it. You asked it again. No, please don't put elephants there. What did it do? Did it give you the same image back? Wow. I wonder if it just skipped running it again. What are the options? Or greater or less. EXP for exponential. And then I still have suffix too. So radians as degrees. I feel like what I have to do there is the editor will show degrees. The editor will show degrees. Don't do that. I'd rather you didn't. What do I do for this? I was thinking I could create my own function on top of it and have that function then call the other function. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll have a radians as degrees function, which will take in the value as a float. And I guess what it will do is it just yeah, because I make the range. Okay, so here's the good part about why this is kind of nice. So when you type in radians as degrees, you still give it, there's not an example here, but I would still give it 1 and 180 and then 1. I would say radians as degrees. So it puts these into the slider. So the slider, the range edit and this, or the spin box and the slider are still on these. But when it sets the value, it basically just runs it through, I guess it probably does it like what I'm doing, where it just runs it through a function that converts the value to radians and then passes that on to the unchanged. If there is no function, we just set the value, I guess. Actually, yeah, nothing happens there. That's just exactly what it should do. When we get radians as degrees, though, the value change comes out. It calls this method. And I guess I can say, Value equals tag to rad value. I'll write my own on changed. I hope I didn't have something copied that I wanted to keep. So I just overwrote it. So then here's these special editors that maybe do something, or this is just like a pass through. Actually, then I don't even need this. I can just connect it to a function that calls. No, I'll leave that. I'll leave it like that. And then I would do resource set property name value, and then on changed. Editor property change should already set the value for me. This one's a bit different. So if it's none, range, and I guess I do range. I want, what are my options? There's a different one. Value changed. Expensive operations at a function. What? A debouncing timer to call the function less often. We should call it value changed. Okay. No, range value changed. Connect. Ratings as degrees. Okay. And then no, this would be slider. No. Spin box. Let me actually do this. Let me add suffix up here. And then I want this to be down there, actually. Okay. Gotta go get the degree symbol again. Oh, man. That is so bright. And then apparently it said degrees is also an option, which I guess is probably just a default to get this suffix to be like that. And then there's of course setting a manual suffix. There we go. Is that everything? Hide slider, of course. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything. So I've got a generic number editor, right? Connects to value change, which we'll just call just a wrapper around calling this one with a value. Range as degrees. We set the value to that one. Do that. We still let the slider do whatever it wants. Editor property is for all the other stuff that has acceptable editor nodes. Now, what happens if I change the value? I guess I can check here. If show slider, I guess I can actually check here. Yeah, I mean this should be a float every time, right? This should literally be a float every time. Value changed accepts a float. Okay. Yeah. So it set it on the resource right away. Then maybe I want to do something else. How would I do that? I guess on change would just change or modify the value in a different way. So I always call value changed after I call resource set. So I can do that. And I guess I don't really actually need this line at all. If it's still equal to value, then I'm done. Otherwise, if it's not, I want to check if we are showing the slider or the spinner. Actually, I don't even care if we're showing it or not. I'm just gonna set it. set value no signal to, let me do this. And just to verify, I'm pretty sure set value no signal just is all the stuff, and set value just calls set value no signal and then emits it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Set value no signal apparently just does calc value, I guess. Does snapping. The two set values no signals. Interesting. Okay. And then of course when this readies, it needs to share these two together. What other code do I have? It shares back and forth, but that's not necessary. Or no, it doesn't share back and forth. This is just for both of those individually. Okay, it does, yeah, it does nothing but just call that. Okay. Oh, and then it sets the value on them. That is important to do. I do actually have to set the value. Okay. Okay. Oh, I hope that's everything. All right. So editor property, if it's a enter or float, I make that kind of editor. And honestly, that's actually it. So I'm going to delete these. And for vision editor, I will, when I ready, I will just, I want to match it to, yeah, I'll just do this. So do FOV, vision range, and mask. Let's start. Was it called vision range? It is called vision range. Because range is a real thing that already exists. So for here, I will do properties, add child. I think I'm doing behavior property editor, get editor for property, resource, and property. And I don't have any special stuff there. So I'm just doing that for all of these. And that's it. And I guess I could set these as... I don't need to. I don't need to know that. I don't need to know that. Set resource. Okay, so what do I do if I... This goes away. That actually just goes away. I don't do that anymore. Editors exist for one resource and one resource only. They do not change the resource. But I guess I will have a... Actually, we'll bring the set back. If we are already ready, this is an error. It'll just be like that. You don't do that anymore? What do you mean I don't do that anymore? I deleted the function. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. I almost did it again too. Actually, I guess I did. I deleted code and I said, actually, I still want that, and then wrote it again. But just slightly different. Alright, so I don't remember what any of that stuff does, gonna be honest. That's all kind of... Jeez. Alright, can I just run this? Like, what happens right now? I just run this. What happens? Nothing. Invalid call set resource property. Okay. This one. What is it called then? Is it set... What? Oh, placeholder instance. Whoops. Dog? It's there. It's there. Chill out. Chill out. 1 second. Okay, slider doesn't work. That kind of works. I mean, I expected that would work. Oh, wait, so when I change... Wait, what? Why did that not actually do anything? Now I'm confused. Why did that not do anything? Right. Chill out. Why did that not do anything? Oh, because I'm not setting the I'm not setting the value. No. Oh, this is it. Yeah, because I don't actually set the value, so they don't change. But then I want the default function here. Yeah, I want the default callable to be okay, I gotta let the dog out. I'll be right back. back. So I was thinking of making this unchanged its own function, or its default. I mean, I guess what it can do is... I'll just do this. So if it's valid, or I guess I could check if it's null. What is this is standard? What is standard? Is a standard, opposite of it is custom. Okay, so what is custom? Custom are used for binding methods of built-in variant types. Global functions. Sure, okay. Otherwise, it's that. Okay. So we use the default. This is a null by default, which will just set the property. If I pass in a custom one, I have to set the value. All right, now they're different, and I can use the slider at least, though the ranges definitely didn't work. Oh, that's kind of annoying, actually. So this spin box needs to draw in front of that. Actually, how would I do that? Maybe I just make the width of this subtract this amount. How do I do that? How could I do that? I guess I'll have to put it into a margin container and then make the margin container as wide as this, which this width is somewhere. I don't know how that's built. Must be in the theme, right? Alright, I gotta go find spin box. Apparently I have two of these open, so I guess I use this one. Spin box. Wait, notification? Oh, Spinbox line edit notification. Okay. Alright, they have to know sizing cache, buttons left. Basically, my idea is that I'm just going to make the slider the maximum width, but not as wide as the spin box. Yeah, because I still want that button, I still want the thing to appear, but I want it to not be sitting over the top of it. Like, it's fine if I have to get really low in the box to like accidentally click this thing, which maybe is annoying. But over here it was really obvious because I have like half the button almost that if I click it just maxes it out. Right. I mean, okay, how many pixels is this? Alright, I gotta get really close to my screen here to look at this. I mean, it is 4 pixels exactly. Alright, here's what I'll do. I will make the separation 0. I'm going to go to the theme. Or, first of all, I'm going to make the separation 0 when I make it. So there's nothing there. Okay. And then this is weird because these are definitely not the same thing. I don't really understand what that is. So this would be a... So I'm probably just looking for a slider. So I add this type and see what I get. Center, grabber, offset, tick offset, icons. So I click override all. I'm going to delete these. So let's go back to the default. And now it suddenly looks very different. So for the grabber area, is it that? Yeah, this is the background for the slider. Okay, so first of all, no more rounded quarters. I hate those things. Then I guess I could do... Could I do this? No. Not how that works. And then, of course, 60 on that. Lighter, darker, maybe a little lighter. Don't like it. Alright, that seems fine to me. The highlight area. Yeah, probably want that lighter. Okay. Weird, it seems like it barely changed. Even though I went a whole step down, basically. What? Am I changing the right thing? What? What is this changing? Oh, highlight is when I hover it. Of course. So it was BF before, changing it to A0. You know what? I'll make this one rounded. So it kind of fits, right? It would be bottom right and top right. Okay. Center grabber. Oh. Actually, yeah, I definitely want that. I feel like that's kind of silly to not have it be centered like that. Grabber offset. Is it down? Okay, well, if I'm gonna do that, then this needs to be... These gotta be zeros. And actually, I feel like I probably want these. If I click override all, does it bring it back? No. Cool. Alright. I kind of do like those icons, actually. Though I actually kind of don't like that it's... Wow. I don't like that it's transparent. So... Yeah, let me do this. I don't think I need to change the tick. I think it's fine. But these, I'm going to make these... I mean, I'd kind of like to just... do like SVG, and then... Where's even the option? You know, I'm just going to deal with it. Honestly, whatever. I'm going to deal with it. Okay. So I still don't think I know I'm able to check the size of this. I was hoping I could change the size of that grabber. Yeah, because now this size is kind of even worse than it was before. Now it's like really taking over. I wish you could scale it. I mean, what am I doing? I literally can scale it. I literally can scale it. Let's go 0.9. Okay. Is it making the bar thinner? No. Actually, I should type in an exact value. I know exactly how many pixels this is. I can almost count it here even. $14 pixels. So if I want to take off 2 pixels on either side, which would go down to 10 pixels, I would need 10 over 14. I don't know what that is. 0.7143. I'll say that. Cool. And now I can make this separation. just zero that separation. I should be able to reload it. Okay, so it's still expanding for when I hover it, I guess. Also, it just straight up kind of ignored some of that. Is this like 10 pixels now? It's 11 pixels? Alright, let me just go look at the file. It should be like literally written out. Looking for a DPI texture. I'll just... $16, of course. 0.625. Sure, 0.63, whatever. So now we're at 10. Yep, about 10. And I guess I probably want to override this one too. Hey, Danone. 8 pixels. Okay, so that one's fine. I don't think it, yeah, it doesn't even use the sizing for that, so I actually don't care about that. If I just go here, does it actually show it to me? Oh, it does. Is it actually rounded like that? No, it's not. Why does the theme not work? I guess I have to set it here for the theme to work. Even though it is already loaded, but whatever, I'll just do that. Cool. Do I really have to go -1 to get rid of that last pixel? This is 1 pixel, right? Fine. I'll leave it like that. What's good? I am not a ninja. Should they be centered? I like it when it's like this. Alright, let me do this. So I still kind of have... I mean, I feel like there's enough separation now. Alright, let me do it. I'm going to put it inside of a... This is way easier than I thought it would be. Actually, I was like thinking, oh, it's going to be really complicated to figure out how to do this. It's actually not a big deal at all. Go 4 pixels in. I guess 5 actually. And then on the right side, I want to go in that far. And where's the SVG at? There is no SVG, unfortunately. Yeah, just 18 pixels, and that seems like it. That's like the lineup. And I'll go back to not centering the grabber and move this back. You know what? I do want to center it. I just don't like how that looks. I feel like that's just wrong. Cool. And I will do extra margin for I want it to hit the end like that. So I want to do extra margin on these. So I'll go left out 5. Left. Oh, that's radius. 5. 5 is way too much. What? Wait, what's... Huh? Why does it look like that? It's like 1 pixel too far. Huh? Four pixels is exactly correct. Why does it look like that? Yeah, okay. I'm good with this. Maybe I don't do area. Maybe I do the other ones. Or just this one. So when it's over here, it looks like it fits, and then when I drag it over... I don't know, maybe it should. Why does it just really look like it's going 1 pixel further than it's supposed to? So just over here, I hit the end, and then over here, I'm at the start. It seems a little weird. When it's 0, is it expanding out one more? Maybe that's fine over there, but if I get here, I want to like hit the end and it to stop. I don't know, why can't I decide? Jeez, struggling to... That's crazy. What was that? Why is it impossible to click this thing? I'm clicking there. It's just not... No way. Oh, because I'm technically... Yeah, I'm technically not there. But center grabber... Wow. It's like not correctly supported. Because even though I'm clearly hovering it, it doesn't let me pick it here. Fine. No, I leave it. It's whatever. It'll just be annoying, I guess. Not my fault. Okay, so now I got set up, so it just puts everything in there. This one loads correctly. Those ones don't load correctly. I'll have an empty thing open. Also, I still have this bug. Yeah. So I gotta make sure that... I guess I should go and fix that. Let me go and send what I have. I feel like this is probably enough. for its own commit. Deleted that, added this. New hypothetical. I've got a hypothetical. What if you never asked me a hypothetical again? What if? I gotta get water. I'll be right back. I'm back. I get invited to a farming vehicles auction. I would say we're not buying any of them. And ask why. I would ask why, and then I would say we're not buying anything. That's all good, I think. Untested, but one of them works. Hint, range, number editor, scene. Vision just goes to the property list and does that. Should this be an or? It probably should be, but whatever. I wonder if the it looks like that kind of works. Vision range is 0, which I think is what I set it to, right? Right? Okay, let's set this to... I think I can go greater. Okay, I cannot. Buggy. 90. 90 is half pi, which is like 1.618. Is that actually correct? Where am I going? Here. Okay, it didn't like save it actually. Now it saves. What? How is that? 180 degrees is pi. Oh, this is the cosine of the half angle. Okay, so I gotta do math. Cosine of radians. Cool. Alright. That worked. I just have an issue where it's like not actually setting thing correctly when I open it. I mean, it's there now, but it's like also not. Also, there's this. Yes, that still doesn't quite work. Okay. Yeah, good enough, I think. Why did the theme change? Oh, the margins. Just save. Yeah, that one expands the margins to the left 4. And I say center. Right, okay. This is so visually like it stays dark on that side. Right? But also the center thing is still respected, so I don't draw back there. I guess I could probably make it. Nah. A generic property editor class with editor for numeric types. Okay. And I should push. I've got to make it load the value correctly, and then yeah, it has to load the value correctly. A cosine f of e cosine f. It's radians. I multiply it by 2. Then convert that 2 degrees. I feel like I keep swapping that around. I should stop doing that. I can't decide on which way I want those parentheses. It doesn't actually matter. The result is the same. So this doesn't work. That didn't work. It got the suffix, but it didn't get the maximum value somehow. Let me... because I feel like it should be working. The min is the float of arg0. Oh wait, is it property hint range? It should be. I guess I should check that first. It is a property hint range. And I do have the suffix that, which is obviously displayed. Let me go ahead and put suffix there. So this can be also obviously displayed. And then clear these editors. Open it again, so now I get meters and that. Okay. So set value no signal sets the value. supposedly. But it seems like it's not actually updating. So I wonder if I have to call some method to make it update. Slider. Horizontal slider. Spin box. Because it looks like even the spin box doesn't. Okay. I just had a thought. So I call get range here. Get range returns the spin box. Let me check how the share works. I wonder if I actually do have to go back both directions. No, it shouldn't do that for both. Both directions won't do anything. I assume this queue accessibility update is what modifies what gets. What is all that? Is what gets. I actually don't even know. Share. So we tell the other thing to reference our thing. We tell it to notify of a change. We tell it to notify of a value change. Okay, so it actually looks like it doesn't connect the signals like that. So after I share it, and then I'm setting these things on it, it's not actually doing anything. It does call shared emit changed. Let me try flipping it around. So when I call get range, I actually return slider. And just see if that's... That wasn't there before, was it? That definitely wasn't there before. Yeah, this is supposed to be the range. So did it now work? Because 50 is the max now. Okay. And it can be greater. Okay. Does this now goes to 180. Okay. And it can be greater. All right. So I guess that worked. Okay, so what are the real defaults of this? So FOV is normally 100 degrees, and then vision range is normally 50. So I'm going to set this to like 70 and 20 and see if they load back like that. 20 and 70. And then I should just, and I'll change this as well. I gotta hit that a few times, I think. And I'm going to reload that. So I'm assuming now. Okay, those all look good. So when I open it, the values are back. Nice. All right. I'll set these to the default then, so that when I save, they clear out. Okay. I don't have to reload that, but it's a quick way to get it to close. And then I open. And those are the defaults. Okay. And now I'll actually reload. Okay, so it's not been loaded yet. I'll look at it again. Okay, still nothing. And then I simply double click and I get the defaults. Okay. So I guess what this means is whenever I have a share thing, I have to make sure I'm modifying like the true owner. Right? Where is this number editor? Right. I guess I could make it the spin box because, you know, I can hide this slider. I mean, I can hide either one. You know, let me take these out. I kind of don't want those. I feel like that's going to allow me to mess something up in the future if I can access those directly like that. So I'm going to say I should not be accessing those. So whenever I do anything with a range, I would call get range. Maybe I should even do get range here. In set value, no signal. Yeah. I'll leave a note. Whoops. Yeah, I just did that. Okay. So now for the bug fix, when I open another resource. So I have all items, but then I will have opened items. Or should I just call opened? And it will be array, not of resource item. Well, they can be, because they'll always be references still. The main thing is I don't want to load like test mind and then like implicitly open sub resource, which is what was happening. I don't want to do that. Only stuff that I click or drag in will be open there. Or if I hit new, then it gets opened. So here's the question. When I close an opened resource, I don't want to do this. Because I still don't have the setup yet where if something does have a, not a sub-resource, but like a referenced resource, and then I open that reference resource, the idea between having one resource to one editor is that I can pop in that editor to the parent one when I'm editing the parent. And then if I click on the sub and on the nested with a reference resource from the list, then it just basically pulls that editor out of the parent and then hides that parent and then puts that child editor into the main screen. And if I go back to the parent one, then it pops it out of there and puts it into the parent again. So basically from my side, it looks that, from my side, literally, that nested resource, that reference resource always has the same editor on it. So if I'm editing something from the parent and then I click over here to like the child one, that editor is still in the exact same state because it is the same editor. It's the same control. I mean, I guess what I can do is I can just say resource item has children. And these are references to other resource items. So I think I'll go and write that this extends resource. Can I extend ref counted? Okay, so yeah, I probably just want to do reference. But apparently a lot of these stuff with guide uses ref counted. What is all that? My things use ref counted? That's not right. Is that the default for something that doesn't specify anything? Why did all these open? Global groups. Oh, if there's nothing, it's a ref counted. Okay. Interesting. So why did it have the full path when I opened it? Huh? This one doesn't have it. Why does... Oh, because I have... How did I open this? Wait, actually, how did I open this? What? That's funny. That's why it had its, like, difference there. Weird. Okay, so by default it's a reference kind of thing. I was just wondering for a second if I need to worry about it being copied. It shouldn't be copied. So children will have that. Then which initializes as an empty array. So I guess in init, I should probably do that. An empty array there. Huh. Resource item doesn't exist yet. Okay, so I guess what I will do is I'll do children, which will be array of resource item. And then down here, I create the new thing, and then I do res item children append array children. Okay. So then all items still gets this. Drag end. Does this just call edit? It will move something. That's just moving. This is we're opening from the file list. So then I load it. I call get or add. Then we'll call select. So I guess what I could do is I could just call like open item. Which just add it to like the open list. And then I can call select item. Same thing there. select item. Needs to do that. Must add to the list. So I guess I can call... Wait, is it called add item to list? I guess not exactly. Maybe I don't know. Is there a close item? I don't have a function for that. Add to item list. So I guess what I do here is if it's... I check if it's not in the list. That's all it does. Hey Yulia. Lunchtime done? I have not had lunch. And then here I call update list if opened is empty, return. I only go through opened, the opened items, instead of all items. So yeah, I mean, I think that's all this should do. Open item just checks if it's in the list. If it's not, then we add it to the list. I should probably start documenting these things. Let me check where all items append, get or add resource. It will do that just fine. Pop-up ID pressed. I don't want to erase it from there. I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff here that has got to be fixed. So current item just becomes null. I select the next opened item is probably what I should do. Or I guess actually I should select it like that. Check if not saved and ask to save. I will do close item. So that should remove it from the open list. And then I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to do that. I'll do some checks here. So when I close the item, I want to remove it from the open list, which is what close item will do. Does this fail if it's not there? If the value does not exist, nothing happens. Cool. So I can move from the list. I wonder if I could just do update list. Let me actually call update list. Where's update list? Yeah, so I should call update list. If item list item count is 0, show that. Show that. I may not want to hide the editor. I don't know if the editor is currently open as a child. I guess I check the current item, don't I? Also, this doesn't make any sense. Setting current item to null. That doesn't make any sense. If the current item is the item, then I can hide the editor, right? I can definitely hide it. and then do that. I think otherwise, if it's not the current item, then I can probably return right away. I don't need to worry about anything else. Though I guess I can check here. No, yeah, I can probably do all that. So if there's no more items in the item list, then I think I can assume that we shouldn't show anything. I don't know, this is weird. I'm seeing something strange happening. There's something strange going on here. This shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be here. Actually, this straight up shouldn't be here. Update list should update the list, of course. And also, after it updates the list, oh my god. After it updates the list, then we do stuff like this. But this is not, that doesn't go there. So let me just copy this. No filtered items. Actually, no, yeah, that just doesn't go there. The list is separate from the main window, right? So if I select something, right, if current item, if they're the same, I don't do anything. If I have an item, I hide as editor. Because I should be hiding its editor. Update the item. And then I guess I say if there's no current item, then no item visible equals true. And then I probably don't. I'd probably take this out and do something like this. Otherwise, if no item is visible, then hide it. Okay? Okay. If it's a behavior mind settings, I do a pass, which I'm not really sure what was supposed to be here. And then I think if I select an item that's not in the open list, then I need to add it to the open list and show it. So I will do that. Also, I shouldn't be using item anymore. I should be using current item. If the current item is equal to the item list meta, if it's not selected, then I want to select it, that's right. Otherwise, I grab this. If we have an index, we select it. Although this is not in the list, so I need to open it and add it, move it to the top. Found a rabbit hole of banned add-ons for Firefox. The article paywall bypass. Epic Store API tracker. Okay. maybe open item should do like... Alright, I kind of have an issue here, right? I think when I call open, that means I want to open it and also select it, right? Open means its editor needs to... The item... Okay, so the item already exists. Open means it gets added to the list and it shows up on the main screen. Okay? So open's going to take another parameter here. Opens an item for immediate editing. I will say, I'll actually just write it back. Ensures an item is in the open list, allowing it to appear in the main item list. It will also be selected for editing. This labeled by pressing false. Okay. If it's not in the list, we do that, and then I will say if not select, we return. Otherwise I call, actually I guess we'll just say if select. Select item. Okay. Close item will remove it. And then if it is allowing it to appear in the main item list. Close item. It will remove it from that item list if it's listed. And then close item will select the next item, I guess. It will also open the next available item for editing. This can be disabled. So all I do is I probably just do this and then call select. Equals, I guess this would be the get what? Oh, it's not. So I guess I do this. That's what this returns, right? A packed int 32. Yep. So I do that. I select the one above it. Is it get item at position? No. Get item metadata. That's right. Otherwise, if and I guess I do return. Otherwise, I guess I have to select item null, right? Gonna head off now, check tomorrow. Alright, see you. Okay. So now select item is responsible, should be responsible for doing everything. Yes, so select item. I guess I don't actually add it to the list, right? Yeah, I don't add it to the list. I do say item list select 0, which it looks like it means I do stuff in on item selected, which I just call select item. So select item is still responsible for doing everything. Yes. Does not trigger the signal. If I call select item, I don't actually necessarily want to add it to the list. So I just do that. Actually, yeah, I don't want to do that at all. I literally don't want to do that. So what I need to do is I need to figure out if this is, if I have a, so I have a current item, and I can check if the editor is a child. Is anywhere in there a child? And if it is, then I need to reparent it back out. So if I have a current item, I need to hide the main editor. Then I need to reparent the editor if it was a child of the current one. I mean, actually, I guess I can just call reparent. I can just straight up call reparent. So current item is this one. If we don't have it, do that. Otherwise we have it. So then I say I guess I can check the parent. So if actually, yeah, this is way easier. If the editor's parent, I guess I can just call reparent. reparent it to editors. Keep global transform, false. Ensure the editor is on the main window. Okay, that's actually way easier. If it's behavior settings, then I need to say must pass in child editors so they can be parented. That's what's going here. Down here, when I did this, I had to do accept editors. Let me double check what this one does. Mind settings. My editor mind. Set expandable control. Oh my gosh. All right. This should be pretty robust, right? Should be really, really robust. If we have an expandable, remove it as our child, set it. If we are ready, if we have a parent, reparent it to ourselves. Otherwise, add as a child, and then move it to the front. Yeah, pretty robust. All right. So I should just be able to say accept editors and then pass it to children. I guess I should just write this. Editor, accept editors. Let me do this. Let's control. Oh, is this wrong? Current item is item. Yes, when I close one, I will just do close item, select next will happen. So I don't have to do any of this. Very simple. Okay. Close item will do select item, so it'll either hide it or select the next one. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, I don't really care what this is, I think. So what if I do get with nothing? Fails. Well, I guess that's fine, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, those shouldn't interrupt execution. They should just like print an error or something when that happens. I think. Okay. And if I select a null item, I want to do this up here. Resource name edit text is empty. And then I kind of think I want to just be returning here. Yeah. Button rename text. I guess I need to like reset it fully, right? All right, let me check everywhere that this is something is done with this. Text input, that's fine. That's fine. On rename resource, that's fine. On rename resource submitted, that's also fine. Okay, so yeah, I think here I have to like reset its state then, right? Empty it and make it no longer editable. And probably like, is there something to tell it to release focus? Whoa. If it has focus, I guess. Okay. I guess just in case it was focused, I wanna release that focus. Okay. And then probably for this button rename too, I probably need to fix that. Or maybe just hide it, actually. Yeah, maybe I just hide it. That seems nice. What does it look like right now? It's like this. So actually I should probably hide the save button too. Okay. Hide the save button. If this is not visible, I would like to show it. Wow. Whoops. And then nah, let me just do this. This is probably all too much random crap. Yeah, let me move this all up here. Do I want to hide it? I want to leave it open, I guess, with like a placeholder that's like what is it named? It's like unnamed resource or something is the placeholder. not that one. Unnamed resource. Okay, so I probably want to actually hide it then. I don't know. I have to do if I have to do all that first. Release focus. Don't edit. Hide it. Show it. Don't edit. Set the text. Show it. Set the text. Hide that. Show this. Button save also needs. Just to be saved. Wait, no, I don't change that. Which button is it that I change? Oh no, yeah, I don't change these at all. I don't change those at all. I'm crazy. Okay. This should probably be a little more robust. So if current item editor get parent, reparent it. Otherwise, edit. Let me check if I do editors anywhere. So here's an add child. I don't want to do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. Select item will ensure that it's there. So I do edit. I will get or add resource. This just adds it to the list of all items. Yep. It's just responsible for handling all items. Doesn't do anything else. It will set stuff up so it recursively opens nested stuff. And then make sure that they're in the children. This will just be null for now. Because I don't have anything else. Actually, let me go ahead and make that the hearing one. Just so that it's here. So I'm not getting hit with nulls, because I know I'm going to get hit with a bunch of nulls here if I don't do this. So actually, is the children even a thing I need anymore? I was doing that because I thought I needed it actually, so I don't use that. Yeah, I don't use that. Oh, I do use it, maybe? Okay, so it's used here. I do use it here. Is there a way that I can pass those in? I guess what I would do here is I would call get or add resource. In this case. Which can grab those. So yeah, let me do that. Let me fully take off managing children, because I feel like it's That's just asking for me to have like memory leak, honestly. I'll just write it exactly like this. Literally the same way. So I have to grab those. And then I guess I don't actually really don't need that line. Okay. So do I potentially have some cyclic thing where select item is being called from a path that load many files, open item, and then I'm gonna pass false, don't select them. Already in the list. This just ensures that it's opened. In the open list. Then I have to add it to the list, to the front. Or rather, I'm moving it to this so that I can keep things in their proper place. And then I select that last item. Item clicked. We select the item. Item selected. Same exact thing, we select the item. Open item can call select. Close item can select nothing or a different item. Yeah, and there's no cyclic thing where get or add resources selecting or opening it. It's just putting it in the add all list. This does not open or select the item. Okay, so it's literally just responsible for setting up the editor, really. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, don't do that, actually. Really don't do that. Because that causes reparenting stuff. I should probably actually rename this to get or add item instead from a given resource. and I would kind of prefer that res be called resource. This can be item. Though maybe now it might complain about names. Okay. Items in the open list. I'm going to appear in the main item list. Oh, how does update list order it? It's ordered by opened. It is ordered by the order of opened. I'm still doing stuff with all items here. So I think I have a move here. Yeah. Move item needs to be opened. And open is my source of truth. I don't care about all items. Yeah, that's not it. Opened is my true thing. Found a new cool indie game. I will be having lunch maybe soon. 2 years ago. Is 2 years ago new? Will work? Yeah. I have it open. On standby. But that's not the release trailer? Announcement trailer. Yeah, maybe I should just read. Maybe that would save me a lot of effort. Effort? I don't know. I don't know what would save me. It would just be smart. Maybe it would be smart to read. Reading is smart. I don't need that kind of open for editing, so that's technically not what's happening there. So we just create it, we make sure it's not visible, and we set its resource. And editors must have their resource before they are added as a child anywhere. So this guarantees that, because I don't add it anywhere as a child. Okay, so now let me look at opened. Well, I mean, I guess I just need to look through everything. Good work, sorry I fried your head. Huh. Dude, programming like just puts you in a different reality, honestly. Like a different universe. Okay, so anytime I call open item, I should make sure I also call update list at some point. So down here I can call update list. Move item, I need to make sure that's robust, so if it's not in the item list, then it just kind of ignores it. Do I need to call update list there? I don't think I need to, because I'm adding to the list. Yeah, I'll leave the open stuff to also select it from the list if it needs to. Alright, let me go look at move item. It should be pretty robust. If there are fewer than 2 items, ignore it. So the indexes that I give are item list indexes, always. So yeah, it's really robust. If either one of these don't exist, then it just tells you no. It doesn't do anything. Robust, I say, for a simple null check. Alright. I've done a lot of stuff, and honestly, I don't know where I'm at. Okay. So it kind of failed. I double-clicked it and it didn't select it. Which is weird. It should have selected it. I guess it crashed in the middle of doing something. So line 113, I got a null. That shouldn't have been null. Key editor on type nil. So yeah, that should not have been null. So there's a mistake here. I'm assuming that's inside of this. Yeah, so 150. Ah, okay. So it's because can I just call like set? Is this fine? I'm pretty sure it does nothing if it, yeah. If the property does not exist or the given values type does not match, nothing happens. Just a little bit more, a little bit better, more supportive there. Okay, so now this is being a little weird. Oh, that was really weird. What was that? Oh, I think it gave it the editors, but then didn't show them. Okay. Which is kind of weird. Very interesting. So yeah, it's got to show these editors. Should accept editor show them? I don't think it needs to do that. It shouldn't have to. But maybe it can. Maybe it can. Oh, you know what? This is kind of a mistake. It's expandable. It should be setting visible or not on the editor. So yeah, that is a mistake. I shouldn't have to do that. Set expandable control. If is node ready, we move the child, and then I guess kind of regardless, actually, I can just say visible is equal to, or I guess I would probably rather say if not expandable, we're done. And then visible should be is expanded. So let me check for visible stuff. So in ready, we would update it, which looks suspiciously close to just setting the expandable control. So maybe I should just do that, because those are really similar there. And we just set it visible. There we go. That's what I do. So then if we're ready, we can add it. Which actually, does that return true there? I guess I'll find out. Are we ready within the ready function? It would make sense that we're not. But apparently we are. Really? Hmm. I'm actually really curious now. Ready in is ready? True. Okay, I guess it is. That actually shocks me. That actually does shock me. I'm guessing I have to do that too. I do that. Because I guess it's possible to set this before we are ready. But if its parent is ourself, then we know that we can do this. Okay. Alright, nice. They show by default. Those are there. They are called sub-resources. If I type and then backspace, it's not there. Now, I don't have any of these buttons working yet. New works, menu works. Save does not quite work yet. Which is actually weird. I still don't know why Control S does that. Because it is bound to pressing the button. That's like what happens. So I actually am confused why that happens. Oh, because menu is also bound to Control S. Wait, what? Oh, I duplicated menu and then I just... Funny. Not funny. That's like really silly. I duplicated this from save and then didn't change the shortcut. So just get rid of that. And change the tooltip. Cool. Alright, I've been wondering what that bug was. Oh, and the new is also, of course, bound to Control S. Okay. Is the tooltip also save? Yeah. Okay. I'll actually change the shortcut to Control N. Okay. Wait, it updated right away. Wait. It's not unique. Make unique. Is that? Wait, is this like being dumb and weird? It's probably being very dumb and weird. Do I have other mistakes with that? Where I have an input key somewhere because I copied it and they all like share the same thing. Also, those are resources, which means when I hover this, okay, it's still like, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Wow. Save, Control S. New, Control N. Menu. I don't have anything for that. Cool. Also, did I really write it to do anything when I hit save? If Control S is pressed, save the current scene as well. Right. If there's no current item, no open behavior resource to save. The save scene return a value if it changed? No. Do I save it? If there's an error, push an error. And I may as well, I guess, also toast this. So let me do this. Okay. Close that. It didn't work. Yeah, close item should have called select null. Okay, so it's still is it the case where If I do close item, if I run close item, I guess I want to check if it has... Can I ask for the reference count? Let me do that. I feel like that might work, actually. I can check the reference count, and if the reference count is 1, that means it only exists in a select item. Or all items. All right, I guess let me put it all in close item. Yeah. Opened, erase. So let me do this. Print references will be item get reference count. Okay. So let me see what it says. I'm either expecting like 1 or 2 or something. 5. 5. 5. No. 5. Let me do let me do this. Five is way too high. Okay, so now there's 4. 4 is still way too high. How are there 4 references to item? This is the resource item. This should exist in all items only. So I don't know why it exists anywhere else. It shouldn't exist in the list anymore. It can't be referenced by close item. I guess it has 1 reference at least, so I guess there's maybe 2. How are there so many references to it? Because I was expecting 1, 2. It should exist in all items, so there's at least 1. It exists here, so that means 2. So I would expect to see 2. Which means there's 2 references more than it should have. How? Current item shouldn't contain it. Current item should be null. So yeah, current item doesn't have it. I mean, I guess I can double check and print current item. I mean, I guess it could be captured. I guess that's possible. No, I really expect this to be null. No way. Is that a valid item then? Okay, let me print resource then. Is that really true? What? 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 Also, I was noticing that select item null wasn't doing anything, which was really weird to me. So I'm not sure what was like going wrong there. Oh, so now it's working? I was just getting bamboozled? It's been lying to me this whole time? Okay, so now that kept it open. If I just normally right-click it and close it, it doesn't do anything. What is happening? What is happening? Why is it staying open? It's supposed to do this. I'm selecting null. It's supposed to go away. Oh, close item doesn't actually remove it from the list. Close item actually does have to remove it from the list. That is what's going on. Close item does have to remove it from the list. It does have to remove it from the list. That's a bad reference. That's weird. Because when I click here, clear that, and then when I close, it wouldn't do anything. Okay, current items null references is 3. That's still one too many, I think. It exists in all items, and it exists in close item. Those are the only places that it should exist. Does item list still hold a reference to it? I feel like it should drop it right away, right? Let me just print it down here after I do this. At the end of the, at the end. So then I can check it here. I won't do a return there. Otherwise I select item null. I'll do this. Select empty. Oh, this is, I don't know, I guess I can call this items. Said humans like cats because of their flat faces. What about the ears? Okay, now I want to try this. 3. Okay. There's still a reference unaccounted for. I can understand that I have one here. All right, what about what's happening in close item? Oh, is it from close item? Is the fact that I'm calling close item also capturing it? Can I get like a weak ref to this? Is that possible? How can I do weak ref? Turns a weak ref holding a weak reference. Alright, do that. Give me a weak ref to this. Alright, what about now? Ooh. What? To variable of type blank. Okay. What is a weak ref? Get ref. Why does it return variant? It says it returns a weak ref. Why does it say variant though? Still 3 references. Really? Really? Okay, what if I do it... No, I don't... No. It can only be 2. 2 is my reference, plus all the items. No one else should have this. Who else has it? Who else has resource item? I mean... It can be in the item list, but I removed it from the item list. So the item list shouldn't have it anymore. Filtered could hold it, but it drops it right away. Does close item really have a reference to this? I call close item, and then I call update list. What if I do it here? Put the reference count here. Okay. Does this do it? Three. I don't understand. Like, how? I save it to the item list, it's gone. Close item, it's gone. It's no longer in the item list. It's no longer in the open list. I have it in one list that's in all items. I don't give it to anyone else. Does this take up 2 references? Somehow? Maybe it does. Maybe this does take up 2 references. No. I don't. Because even here it should be gone. Here it should be gone. It should be gone here. I would expect 2 references here at this point. Any more, and I'm like getting really confused now. 2 references there. Okay, good. 2 references here. So that call deferred was taking up another reference. All right, cool. So at this stage, we've closed the item. We updated the list, so now it's like it's fully, definitely 100% out of the list. Close item actually already handles dropping it out of the list, so I don't need to worry about update list actually, so I can skip that call. Okay. So now basically what this means is that I know for a fact this item has been closed. I would love to be able to call close item with a deferred call somehow. Somehow make it so that this calls close item without saving it here. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I can do that. So now do we have it? Let me just put that back. Just count it out. It could be 3. Ah, damn it, it's 3. Okay, let me do this. I guess I have to count it myself, right? How do I know if the only place left is in all arrays? I know the only place left is in all arrays, is if I have two references. The one that I'm currently holding and the one that I would expect exists in all arrays. So if I have two references that I know it's only referred to once in all arrays, it's not a child of anything in all arrays. The issue is that what if I call close item from the outside? Can I even do that, actually? I could technically call it from like a button that closes it. Technically. This is tough. I don't know, maybe I know that every time I call close item, there's a reference. No, that doesn't even, okay, that actually doesn't even make sense. Close item can't be called from the outside. I know I have my reference, close item has its reference, all items, and the caller of close item has the reference. So that accounts for 3. I mean, I guess what I could do is I could also do something where I run through my list of all items, like in a deferred call. There I can guarantee I would only have 2 references in existence. Let me do that. Close item, and that would do something like update items. Yeah, update items. Drop our reference here, and we'll call update items. Okay. All right, let's try this. Two every time. Perfect. So that's what I wanted to see. If I have 2 references, then that means I know I can drop it. So I guess I can do yeah, let me do this. No, don't do that. What I want to do is I want to go through all the items, If I find any at 2, I drop it from all items. Because I know it's not in the open list. Actually, maybe that's just the simplest thing to do. Simplest thing to do. Check every item. If it's not in the open list, actually, here's something that I didn't expect. References to that resource should have been 3. Those Wait, what? Wait, what? Am I adding something weird? No, I'm looking for the item. That item is referenced. I mean, I guess it's technically not referenced. No. No, it is. What? Oh, because I'm not doing children anymore. Was the point of the children to make sure I knew they were referenced? Okay, now I'm confused. There needs to be children. There actually does. Is there a destroy function? I get the init function. Do I get like a destroy function? Like when my object goes away, do I have a method that calls? Maybe it's like on free. Oh, I think there is a notification. Object is about to be deleted. Can be used like destructors. Notification delete. That's what I want. Pre-delete. Then what I do is I just say actually, yeah, what would I do? I was thinking what I do is I like capture a reference to these. Right, I don't even do that. I tell it to ref these things, and I'll tell it to unref these things without keeping. I mean, I guess I don't have to do that. I can actually keep it simple. I can keep an array of resource item. Although I don't access it, so I'll leave a note, I'll document that say just meant to keep a reference so they aren't cleared. Should not be used to access for child items. Okay, why do these keep opening? Am I actually opening those? I must be. then those don't happen there. All items append. I guess I have to get the children, don't I? Okay. Okay. Now what I want to see is 2 and then 3 for those other ones. Perfect. So basically what this means is I can drop that one, and then these references will also go to 2. And then I know, alright, I can go through those again and drop those ones. So it's like, I don't know, maybe what I really do is I just go through all items. No, because they can be children, right? I can't simply check if they're in the open list. I mean, this is exactly a case where I want to do while loop, and I can't. I'm trying to figure out how I can do it with just a while loop. I mean, I guess I can do this, right? I can do this. And I'll note this. Removing while iterating is not supported. So I have to do another while loop. What the length? Length is not a Shall say count. All items I, or I would do all items remove at I. Actually, we don't care what type it is. Maybe I do care what type it is. Remove it, and then I would do I minus equals 1 and count minus equals 1. Otherwise, I do I add 1. Actually, no, I just leave I in place. I just subtract count. Oh, wait. I don't even have to take a reference to it, do I? Wait, do I even need to do that? Is it smart enough? I can increment. Okay. I'm running this to be weird. I should actually be fine. Move equals true. Move equals false. I guess I can actually do it. Yeah, I'll just do it there. Okay, cool, it did it. Did 0 was 3, 1 was 3, 2 was 2, so it dropped that one. Then it read 0 was 2, so it dropped that one, and then it read 0 was 2, so it dropped that one. So now there's nothing left. Nice. So now hopefully the ultimate test is that I get right, so first of all, let me check that I only need to call this when I close. Yeah, it should only be when I close. So I'll just say close item is gonna do update all items deferred. It's gonna defer this. So I'll call it later. Nice, okay. It drops everything. New in menu. Did something happen when that? What was that? Open it again. Close it again. New. Weird. I don't know what I saw. Okay. So that cleans up everything. It isn't also kind of weird actually that it knows the reference count here. I guess at this point, can I do like weak ref? Does weak ref give me a reference count? I guess it does. Let me check the code for that. I want to know if it's... if it takes a reference to it. Or if I call get ref count, if it returns the reference count of the object ID. Okay. here. I want to go here. Ref counted is ref count get. Okay. A weak ref. When I do get ref, it will give me a reference count. This will increment the reference count. Set object, right, just tracks an object ID and uses that. Which can return null. That's kind of silly. So it doesn't pass through. The reference count underneath. Because I would really prefer to see 1. I would really prefer to see that 1. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, the reason I'm getting 2 here is because I have a reference at the time that I request it. When I do that. Which really does suck. And anytime I ask for the reference count, it has to have an item. So I guess I'll leave a note. Or I'll reformat my note. I'll just say count should be 2. When the item is only referenced in all items. And here, at the time we got the reference count. +1 when getting the ref count. Can be safely removed. Just can be safely removed. Okay. Maybe I should do like update all items first or something. Whenever I do update list. No, because I don't even look at all items. Doesn't even matter. There's no need to do that there. Alright, save resource. An open resource, we call resource saver save. And I guess I'll say that. And do an else here. And do a print that just says, hey, we saved it. Not a print, a toast. And I will have a name. If it is empty, then it will be the path. Okay, so now I have proper feedback that I'm saving something. Save resource test mind. Give it a name. This mind. Save this mind. Cool. And then the select thing still isn't happening. Why is the select still not happening? Whenever I call edit, it calls open item, which was selected by default. Oh, it's not the list yet. And select item doesn't add it to the list. Okay. So I guess that means open item needs to add it to the list if it doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably just what it should do. Yeah, I should probably always... When do I call open item? Here. This will add it to the list. But I need this. So I guess only if I'm selecting it. Yeah. So only if I'm selecting it do I need to add it to the list. Which I guess just means if I select it, I need to ensure it's in the list. No, I don't want to do that because in that, the way that that was working is it was moving it to the front. Right? So when I was calling select item, it would push it to the top. Maybe select item does add it to the list. Maybe just put that back. Select item should add it to the list. At least temporarily. When I do drag end, it will do that and move them into place and then call select item. So yeah, I would call add to list. Okay. It still didn't select it. It's not selected. Why not? Maybe I just got lied to? Because I know before it suddenly started working randomly. Why is it doing this? What does add to item list do? It just puts it in the list. Very simple. Edit also calls update list. Maybe that's the mistake. That's actually the mistake. That actually is the mistake. Okay, I get it now. Let me find where update list is called. It should reselect. It should like visually reselect the one that you have open. So before I do this, item list. I don't know. I really don't like that I have to... Oh, I guess I can do that. Is anything selected? Okay. There we go. Get the first one. Return. Do all this. And we add the items. If item is equal to, I guess I say if selected, and item is the selected one, then I would like to select that item. And I'll just drop it so we don't keep testing constantly. I think that's what was going on. Right. Okay, so do I still have that call to update list? Right, I don't. Why would I want to call update list? I think I should. I think I really should. Yeah, because what if I open something that... Okay, I was actually going to say. If I open something that's not in the filter, it should at least temporarily show up. Even if it may not be part of the list. Alright, but that was definitely a mistake, right? I definitely shouldn't be... Shouldn't be calling update list, and also should be maintaining the selection after I update the list. Okay. And then I think probably opened. Does open need to check? I guess resource item can check if it's... no, it would check from editor. Editor would tell us whether or not we've modified the resource. So does that mean I should tell the editor to save the resource? I guess what I do is I save the resource, and then I tell the editor, hey, we saved. Right. So let me do that. I have the item. I don't. Oh, I do. What am I thinking? Of course I do. Current item is what I'm saving. Oh, maybe I should be... how do I do this? I need to know when I modify something, I don't get that fallback. Actually, or do I? No, I will. I will. So I can actually just listen to resource changed. No, I shouldn't do that. Oh, how do I do this? Okay, let me send what I got. This is already working. Keep it simple, and I probably need to get lunch because now it's getting later. Just reorganizing that a little bit. Really? That upsets me greatly. All I did was I changed spinbox to slider, one line change, and Git is like, oh, that's going to be 6 line changes. Oh, no, I did delete those lines. Never mind. I'm stupid. Git's also stupid, and it probably would actually do that, but never mind. Git has done that before, where it's like, one line change is instead 600 line changes. It's literally done that. I have video proof. Or more like 3 line changes turns into 600. I have no idea how it does that. But yeah, I actually did delete the methods, so they're gone. Because I don't want to risk making a mistake. Child items, this list is meant to keep a reference, should not be used to access the child items. Right, of course. Then I have an opened array. Getter add item, I renamed that function method. Managing screen state and select item now. I should be using current item instead of item there. Getter add item is renamed. Huh. I changed res to resource. I removed that text there. Not adding as a child here. And then I'm calling .set instead, in case it doesn't exist. For some reason. And then I assign children so that they are referenced an additional time. Was that actually necessary? Yeah, it is. Because it could be that I have a resource. It could be that I have parent resource open, which references sub-resources. One of those sub-resources is open that references another sub-resource. When I close... And all of those have their own editors in the all items list. And they would all be listed with 2 references. The two parents would have 3 references because they also exist in the open list. If I click close on one of the open list, which order would it be in? If I close the big parent, the editors for those sub-resources still say, would technically say 1 because they're only referencing the all items, but they are still opened because that other sub-resource is also opened, which references them, which should be, which is why I have to add this child list to make sure that those references are actually kept somewhere. Right. Close item now just calls close item. Then I added open stuff. close item, update printing, update all items, which I'll just go through the list, and drop everything that's not opened, essentially, just using the reference counter. So we don't have to look at each item and then look if it's opened, and then also look at all items to see if any of them are referenced. I can just grab the reference count. I was just mentally checking something for a second there. I know I didn't say anything. Right, all these shortcuts were just dumb. What is that left and right thing? Like, what's the point of that? Why can I go left and right? I don't get it. Because I'm pretty sure if I have a long line, it wraps. But I guess I don't actually know that. Anyway. Okay. Improve. Open. Improve, open, close. Yeah. Also fix shortcuts. Hey, Yulia. Tooltips on menu buttons. Create an opened list so that separate which items are... Did I miss your lunch break? Nope. Still have not eaten. Loaded, and which should appear in the item list. And then added ref checking when... Oh, and this is also make editors make editors unique to, I mean, it's already, make editors open for I don't know how to explain that. Use ref counting to manage which editors need to be kept and which can be removed. when closing an item. Okay. But yeah, I was actually going to get lunch after I send this. So... And then I need to make it so that... Close item should probably... What should happen? Maybe what should happen... Oh, maybe what should happen is when I remove a resource here, so I'm finally going to drop it, I can check from the item if it's saved. And if it's not saved, then I say, hey, we're about to drop this one. Do you want to save it? Or do you want to reopen it so it will stay in the open list? And I'll just call like select or something to open it back up. Or I would just call open item to reopen the item, which would handle that. Yeah, probably here is fine. Although I would like to be able to... I would honestly kind of rather if I click close here and it's not saved, then it tells me, hey, you haven't saved. Do you want to close that? Right? I feel like that's what it should do. That is what it should do. Does save resource save sub resources? Saves a resource to disk. Flags. Saver flags. I don't know. I would think it does save the sub-resources, or the external resources, but maybe it shouldn't. I hope it doesn't. I would like to manage that myself. But I guess I'll find out. I'll have to test that. Alright, I'm gonna grab lunch. I will be back in a minute. Probably a few more than that, actually. Be right back. I'm back. I've got lunch, and I'm gonna eat. Hey, Yulia. Just wanted to make sure you were still here first. All right. You do care? Sure. A little loud.
In the year 2351, we discover Baltarus, an exoplanet located thousands of light years from Earth. Buried beneath the silica crystals, we found Balterium, an element so unique it has the potential to power our society for generations to come. When we first landed there, we thought we were alone. We could not be more wrong.
So it's Starship Troopers? I don't know why. It's really, I feel like it's really hard to do this setting without making it comedic. Because it's always been comedic. This setting has always been comedic. I do really like this though. That literally looked like one of the enemies from this one, the one that rolls. If I can scroll back to it. These. Those look just like the ones from, what is it? You know, the game. I don't know. Why do I forget the names of things? Helldivers. Oh my god. Oh, what? Yeah, Helldivers. And I watched it on the wrong account. Tough. Play it again.
In the year 2351, we discover Baltarus.
What? Was this before or after Helldivers, actually? This was before Helldivers. Wow. Helldivers 2, specifically. I don't mean Helldivers, I mean Helldivers 2.
An exoplanet
99% of people who know what Helldivers is know it because of Helldivers 2.
located thousands of light years from Earth.
So just seeing this shot just makes me immediately think, like, so it's something funny. I don't know.
351. We discover
Like, put a super Earth flag here. I don't know.
Alterus. An exoplanet located thousands of light years from Earth. Buried beneath the silica crystals, we found Alterium. An element so unique, it has the potential to power our society for generations to come. When we first landed there, we thought we were alone. We could not be more wrong.
I'm wondering if because they keep showing things from, like, the perspective of the bugs. I mean, I hope there is, because, you know, you said it's already out. Well, you can. It just showed it. You can play as them. Cool. It was not very clear at all. But I think that last shot just showed that you do play as them. Or you can. Do they have a release trailer? Relos. Official gameplay release trailer. Also 2 years ago? I wish I could see the actual date. I'll just click
Welcome
this.
to Silica and the world of Baltarus, an exoplanet located thousands of light years from Earth. Your mission here is to locate and harvest Balterium, an element concealed beneath the silica crystals on the planet's surface. Silica is a crossover of RTS and FPS, where you can lead from above as a commander in real-time strategy, or experience the action firsthand, either on your own or with your friends, as infantry in FPS. You have the option to play between two human factions, the people of Sol and the determined Centauri. Or you can hunt them down as the insect-like aliens native to Baltarus. As a commander, you'll get to control the battlefield, the structures needed to produce bigger and more lethal means of destruction. On the other hand, as an infantry soldier, your job is to follow the instructions of your commander to ensure victory for your side. You'll get to control all of the units and vehicles, along with their arsenal. There are 3 game modes available. Strategy, which combines
It looks really
the
cool. There's a lot of
RTS
stuff
and FPS elements
that they have.
and can be played in any combination, up to a 3-way conflict between the factions. Prospector is a co-op FPS-only mode,
Prospector Alpha, this is Commander.
where you begin your quest near your landing pod and prospect the area for Balterium, encountering enemy forces along the way. If you're looking for pure mayhem and carnage, try Arena, an all-out, free-for-all deathmatch. And now, you must join the battle. The scorching deserts of Baltaris are waiting.
It does look nice. This looks really cool. This bit right here.
Either on your own or with your friends.
You'd just be able to go into structures, I guess. Because I'm assuming normally this would be like a placed building. You know, you like place a tower or something, and you can assign guys to the tower, and they get like they use stronger weapons. They have a bigger range, right? So that's literally just the weapons are literally in there, and you go in there and use the weapons. That's cool. Well, this doesn't look like it was a placed building because it looks like it's
Either on.
it's like one part of a building that survived an explosion, but I don't know. I didn't see actually any building stuff. It looked like you build things to produce troops. Turn my light. It's getting dark. Unreal Engine. The game is on mixed. What do you mean the game is on mixed? $76.50. Why? Buggy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Is there anyone who just like has a couple? That's too much. That's way too much to look at. Even to like skim over, that's too much. Dude. I mean, honestly, it's probably a good sign when like negative reviews are huge. A lot of thoughts in there. Unplayable with optimization. Yeah, why are the recent reviews mixed? Because I don't want to see the reviews that are recent. Crashing every 30 minutes. Bad performance. They don't like the visuals. Oh, the bloom. Weapon bloom. That's what they're talking about. I saw that in the trailer, and I was thinking about asking myself, I was thinking about saying it out loud. That it looked like it was really balanced. The weapons were really balanced for you watching from above, watching the troops fight, because they're just like spraying bullets kind of randomly, you know? So it looked like, yeah, once you go into that actual FPS mode, you have a rifle and you're just like, what shot was it? It was this shot that really kind of, they say like prospector mode. this.
During enemy forces.
Like, what is this?
Encountering
I mean, if I want to be really critical, this is terrible. I would hate to be using this gun. Look at
enemy
this.
forces along the way.
Like, he probably hit him with the first bullet only, you know? Obviously, that's balanced for troops fighting close together and automatically. Not for an FPS where you want your bullets to go where you're aiming. So it seems like they kind of didn't make a split between when a player's controlling and when AI is controlling for the weapons. Which I think typically for RTS, what they do is they don't simulate any of that. That's all like visual stuff, right? When the troops are in range, they start dealing damage over time or like staggered damage. So every like half second, they deal a point of damage or whatever to the troop that they're shooting at. And they take damage, and their damage is based on how many troops that they have. So it does look like here, someone was commenting about the micromanaging. It's probably because the troops don't behave that way when they're not controlled. They're still run by AI. So the AI is individually aiming and shooting, and they have weapon spray. And the actual impacts of the bullets are what deal damage, not just being in range. Over time, damage is being applied. So that's probably why they said that you have to go in and micromanage it, because your troops might just have crap, inaccurate weapons, and they're actually just not hitting the enemies enough. So you have to fight for them. Overwatch time? Maybe. I'm Diamond 2 DPS. Yes. Yeah, it does look cool, but looking at it, more.
Forces
Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can even see the impacts. Bullets hit down here. Or maybe that was this guy shooting.
the way.
I don't know.
If you're looking.
Why do you play that trash? What is this? Probably familiar with this. Why is there a dash at the end of that? Did you? What? What did you send? Remove the dash, I did. I say jobs. Jobs. I think you missed some. You must have missed some letters. Because the link does look short. It looks too short. Since when are they doing dashes in there? Unicorn Jenny's a hunter follower? Yeah.
You
They
have
were.
been chosen to govern a land of great peril and promise. It has suffered long from the scourge of banditry, But there is another threat, an illegitimate baron who claims the Northern Territories as his
I've watched someone playing this.
own. Will you prove yourself worthy
I've only seen like those YouTubers who play games like wrong, where they try to break it. I've only seen it played by these guys.
of this honor?
You can bust this game up really bad. I feel like even not trying, the game is
Or
super fragile.
will you perish by the traitor's steel?
I do really like how the construction works in the game, though. You get to build the roads, and people actually take the roads. It's not snapped to a grid system, they just like know. And the battles were really cool. I don't think they're going to show it very well here, but basically you would say, hey, we're going to fight you. And they just show up to a field and wait for you to show up too. They don't like raid you. They send their guys out to a field, you send your guys out to a field, and then you fight. I think that's like really cool. And it was also like you could just not show up. You could tell them you want to fight, and they'll just go and stand there, and then you just don't show up. And I think eventually they either just leave, or maybe that was a bug at some point where they would just stand there until they starved to death. So you would win because they just died. Or it was like, you could glitch it so that the enemy fails to show up. And if you show up and the enemy doesn't show up, then you automatically win. I think someone manipulated that system to like claim all the land instantly because they just kept going to fights and manipulating the AI to not show up, so they would automatically win. Something like that. Literally middle school rules, yeah. But I think it was like you cannot show up. You can just not show up, and the game is like waiting for you forever. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I don't know if you can control guys. I don't think they showed it, but I think you have a character that you can control. Am I right? They didn't show that at all, I think. But I think you have a character that you can control. Just a guy that walks around the city. You don't control your character? Am I... What? Was I right then? You have your own character that you can control? Right, okay. Yeah, from what I saw, it looked like you can just kind of walk around. And that's all it was for. Okay. Flashbang. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. All right. I want to be able to have like a track for if I've changed it or not. So I don't think mind does anything. But I guess I do have is saved. How would I check this? I think what I probably should do is I think I probably bind it to the resource, actually. Anytime I call set on something for the resource, it will say, hey, I'm not saved. Right? But I also don't want it to be on the resource. Because what I could do is I could do it here, right? Set Um, and literally anytime I call set, I just say, we're different. We're different now. I could just bind it to the UI. So the UI says, not a week yet, only 6 days. Actually, it's 7 days. Never mind. I've been struggling with this, honestly. I was thinking I would set something on it that says, like, is saved. But I kind of don't want that because that... I don't know, that just adds to this... adds something to this that it doesn't care about. I know about this more than you. That's how you know how bad it's going. Dude, what? I don't understand. I don't know. Do I track it here? I meant the days, yeah. I could just put... Okay. I want to do this. Oh, what? All right, every editor is going to have a signal. It's going to have a signal called onChanged. And it will emit this signal whenever I touch anything. Okay. PewDiePie slowly becoming a dev wannabe? He is a dev. But he is. He does develop software. And hardware. He's more of an engineer than me, that's for sure. Okay. What is it? Is connected, yes. Right? Wish you knew about Minimax M2 for his local LLM setup. I don't even know anything about those. All I knew was like Llama that you could run on your computer. At the point that I watched that video. I have an issue right now. If I open a sub-editor for Vision, for the Vision settings, and I hit save there, because I modified it, I'll be saving that resource. But the mine settings will also still say they're not saved. So how do I figure out... How do I figure that out? Wow. All right. I think I just track like both of these individually then. That's how I can do it. But when I click save on a Vision one, I need to know this one needs to get that information too. Okay. I have no idea if I'm even going to use this one. Or I have a problem at this point. I need a base editor. That's just a script. I need something. Just so that I can have these signals and know that they exist. And this is saved. And resource. I want all of these to be a central thing. His info about local LLMs are hella outdated. I wouldn't know. Okay. I don't have anything that I'm sitting on right now, right? Yeah, nothing. Okay. Can I have... I was gonna say, can I have this extend nothing? I can. Actually. It actually does have to extend node, though. Because I have to be able to write add child, so. Control. Resource. Editor. Put it up here. I'm just going to get all of this. Does set resource do anything? Yeah, it does. Ooh. So... it actually shouldn't have that. But it will have a function to set resource and get resource. Or will it? Will it? Does it? It needs to be typed. It absolutely needs to be typed for writing it in a sane way. It absolutely needs to be typed. For editor mine, so I can write something like this. Right? How can I define that it needs to have that value? I mean, yeah, I guess I can just do set resource and get resource. It'll abstract and doesn't have anything. Do the quotes to fix the weird bug that this has. Do I need get resource? I don't think I have to ever grab the resource, do I? No, I do. Because here. Well, actually, this isn't the editor. Never mind. The editor, I'm only ever calling set resource on it. I'm never getting the resource from the editor. Why would I do that? I'm never doing that. Right? Yeah, I'm never getting it, so I don't need that. And then I will have some normal functions here. Actually, I guess I wouldn't do that at all. I just tell it, hey, you saved. Right, that's all I do. Okay. So I do still need a resource up here. And yeah, I'm never going to change it, so having this here doesn't make any sense to do that. Setup settings should always have resource at this point. So I can just call update labels. And these should be maybe a resource editor. Changed is not defined in the current scope. Oh, because it doesn't extend. There we go. Must implement set resource. Dude. No. Bro. So dog got in my trash can this morning, and he just walked in there and stuck his whole head back into my trash can. Crazy dog. So why do I need set resource? Honestly, I don't. I actually just don't. No. I definitely do need it. I need it because I have to set, yeah. Duh. Okay. Still an error. Actually, I would rather this be out here. This will be an underscore set resource. And this one will have that. Set resource. And then this is what I implement. Cool. All right, and then I take all that out. So then basically what I want to keep track of is what has been modified. So I will say vision unsaved will be, or I guess just vision changed. So when I accept my editors, I check changed. If it is not connected to on vision changed. The reason I'm doing this check here is because it can be reapplied many times. You know, I can open the mind editor and then I can open the referenced editor and then go back and forth. And every time I do that, that's calling this accept editors function. Then I emit changed. And really what I can do is I can just check. If vision is already changed, then I don't need to do anything. Same thing here with hearing. This is really just meant to, like, alert the outside that, hey, I've been modified. You know, do something, right? And I don't have to do it once. And then I also want to... Yeah, I mean, these should really have, like, connect if not connected, you know? Like, or just connect. Don't print an error if I'm already connected. I don't know. This feels really annoying having to write all this. I could make this an engine change. I could. I won't, though. If vision is not changed, I don't really care. Otherwise, I make this false, and I emit saved. This feels incredibly redundant. Actually, what I want to do is I want to say if hearing is not changed, then emit saved. Yeah, okay. If vision is not changed, then we have been saved, right? Rather, let me actually say, like, let me do this instead. And here I can do all my checks. Okay. This is really annoying. That is really annoying. I guess I could make it a function. It says connect editor, and I pass vision, and I pass vision changed and vision saved. Yeah. But basically just write this. A little bit better. Because I'm expecting I'll be doing this more. No update labels might be a bit crazy. Nah, maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot of function passing around here, but so much crap. So much UI. This is like 70 lines of UI management. Okay. This now needs to extend behavior property editor or resource editor. And then it needs set resource. There. And then eventually I would do something in here where this callback says, hey, I've been modified. Right. Okay. Now, do I get everything loading here? Okay. Invalid call set resource. Place. Place. Can I make an abstract tool? I have to be able to. Yeah. I was gonna say I must be able to do that. Because of how extending works. Cool, it's there. And technically it's still not emitting those, but whatever. It's in there slowly. Slowly in there. Oh. So this should be... Wait, what is that? What the hell is that? Weird bug. Everything is a string now? I was gonna say mine should probably be doing on save. Right? And this needs to be updating that as well. Maybe what I do is I just call on change, actually. That's probably what I should do. There we go. And now resource editor can have on change. Yeah. I was just thinking, what if I open... Yeah. So when I accept the editors here, I connect them. But then I think I also need to say, vision changed is equal to is saved. And hearing changed is equal to not hearing is saved. There we go. So if I start with like vision settings and I open the mind settings, it'll instantly be marked not saved, as it should be. Or of like a sub-resource. Cool. Now I wonder if I can have a simpler thing here, because these are all just always calling on save. Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a way that I can probably get rid of all these functions. I would really like to. Maybe I can make these. So I can just call... I don't know. Because I just feel like this is all just so dumb. It's all so dumb. It's so dumb. This is a lot of code. To basically just do this and call this function. Do this, call this function. Do this, call this function. I don't know. I can't think of, like, normally I can think of something. I really don't like this. I really don't like this. That's too much. Every time I add a new thing, I have to make 2 more functions. I have to call this. I mean, it's a lot to add, right? It's a lot. I mean, I guess it is UI. UI is usually really tedious stuff. This... It's like a full string of code. For kind of nothing. I've got it. So all resources or resource items define their children. So I can just simply say whenever I update the list, I check the resources, I check if they have any children, and yeah, but what about nesting? Nesting doesn't work. Because I would have to like recursively check every layer every time I update the list for every item to see if any of its resources changed. Well, I guess I would have like a short list because I'd be able to go through the whole. Every item is like in a flat array, so I guess I could go through every one of those and check: are any of you not saved, or any of you modified? Any of them that are modified, I mark as like, all right, we're gonna look for these ones, and then I have to look through everything that has children to see if those are present. No, that's too much. I would rather have this than that. Alright, I'm leaving it. Why do I say that? I'm lying to myself. I'm not going to leave it. Will I ever actually leave it? I always say that, and then I just go right back and fix it and actually do something about it. Dumb, I don't know, dumb. It's dumb. Okay, so I've got the signals going. When they change, I don't actually send them out yet, but I guess I can set the editor up. I gotta reload this file. My file is cursed. Okay. So somehow I have to mark that something is not saved. I guess I could do it here. Oh, it's gonna be saved. It's gonna be marked in the editor. So yeah, let me do this. So I just check anytime something is changed or I update the list. Yeah, anytime I change something, I will update the list. Updating the list. Let me do a different one. That would just be like to change the names of the items. Add like a marker at the front that says it's not been saved. Actually, I could use icons. Icons would probably be nice. An icon would make it really stick out that something is not saved. And then the other ones wouldn't have an icon. Unless adding an icon pushes everything over, which I mean maybe I'm also fine with. Then I'll just have something over here that pops up when it's not saved. Yeah, let's just do that. Do like check save. It'll run through every item in the list that's currently visible and check if that editor is not saved. Item list. I can open this so I can get prompts. Item count? It's item count. So I do that. Then I say if item editor now needs to be a behavior resource editor. Should all be good. Although add Get or add item probably doesn't. It does say that it is. Okay. If we are saved, then I want to add icon item. No. Set item icon. Set or replace. So do I. And then I need to do like get icon, get theme icon. Interesting. Oh my gosh. No, I'm looking for, yeah, a name, and then I would do like editor icons. That's what I'm looking for. So let me look through the icons that we have. Or just like a dot or a circle or something, some kind of like colored thing. Oh, there's breakpoint. That's cool. I'll use breakpoint. Will I? Is there like a star icon that I might want to use instead? The screen is so bright. I'd kind of prefer like a star icon, if they have anything like that. They have preview sun, but that's not really the look I was thinking of. I think breakpoint's probably the best one. There is this theme remove all items, which it literally is a star, but it's got a ton of colors on it, which I don't want. I'm trying to think of like an icon that I know probably shouldn't change. There's warning.svg. Maybe I'll use that one. Oh, and actually this should be an else. And this one I'm setting to null. Alright, so I'll probably do like a deferred and like a draw request, like a redraw. Because every time I add an item, I have to connect it so that I know when this changes, I need to update my list. Probably. Right. But also, I actually only care when I open the item. So I know when I open the item, then I have to really connect it and say, yes. I want to listen to when this one changes. Because this one is possible to be in the list. But defer it. So I'll do this. And I'll track a value. So we'll just do run checklist is true, and then do check save call deferred. If not run checklist, I return. Otherwise, I say run checklist is true, and I will run. So every time I open item, when I append, I will connect this item's editor, changed, connect to check saved. So when that item changes, we'll check. Run through and update the stuff. Okay. Same thing with on save. Saved. Saved? Why does this have a saved? Why? Okay, I don't know. That feels weird. I don't know why, but this feels weird. Oh well. Because basically what I do is I call save resource. If we're okay, I tell it editor, I tell it to run on save, which will do this, and then emit saved. And then this will come out here and eventually run this once I connect it. And then if I close the item, yeah, I guess I want to do a check here. If item editor changed is connected to check saved, which I don't think it matters because it's going to be deleted. I don't really have to keep... Well, I should. Everybody should. This is really interesting how this like stair steps down. Okay. If we're connected, we disconnect. And I mean, yeah, I guess I can go ahead and at least set up one of these to do this so I can see it. Vision. I will do behavior property editor returns a behavior property editor. I guess it can do this out here. let me do this. No, I'll leave them separate because I may want to do something different. I actually don't know. Otherwise, continue. Add child editor. Say editor. I guess I probably want to have it is this one. Have a signal, I guess, that calls out. Minimum changing the value. So then number editor needs to connect slider, I think, and spin box. So if I change any one of these values, and because the thing isn't open as a scene, it's like confused. Set resource property. Value changed. It all leads back to this one, right? Okay, yeah. It all leads back to this one. So I don't even have to do that. Everything leads back here. So onChange function may want to change the value before it's put in. So then here I can do changed emit. And then do all that. Okay. So then in vision editor, I can connect to change now. And I think it just calls changed emit is all it does. Actually, it would connect to onChange. It would connect to onChange. So onChange would do this, and then emit changed. Let's see if that works. Crazy. And it's saved. Okay, that one didn't work. Oh, it's not working now. Why did it work the first time and not the second time? What? Why did it work the first time and not the second time? I must not have called on save correctly. That must be what happened. No, because... What? Because I modify it, it calls on vision changed. This calls on change. If we're not saved, we say we're saved. Or, yeah, if we're not saved, we skip. Otherwise, we say we're not saved. Then we emit. Then I call on save. If we are saved, we skip. Then we say we're saved and emit saved. So where did that disconnect happen? Can I do breakpoints? like that? I don't think so. I don't think breakpoints work. Weird. Why did it not work the second time? Why did it not work the second time? I can only assume it's because I didn't do something correctly with is saved, but I must have because the dot appeared and then the dot went away. That works. I hit save, and then it doesn't work. Okay, so I guess let me just follow the path. See what happened. So when I call open item, I connect the editor's changed and saved to check save. So every time something happens, we update the list. So in save resource, I call editor on save. Right. I tell it, hey, we just saved, save. And if it was changed, then it will if it was changed, then it will say it's been saved and emit saved. And so these signals definitely worked. The changed work and the saved work. Something in the on save didn't work. It was broken after I called on save. Maybe it could be here. Like I didn't set the value correctly. Vision changed as false. Okay, what happens when I click save again? We just try to print something, that's it. Sorry. Does the number editor do something strange? No, it always calls changed emit. Which it's literally just a signal, that's it. So vision settings or vision editor might be wrong. I connect the editor changed to on change. If we are not saved, which means we already admitted that we changed, it says save to false. Is saved as true. What is happening? It could be setting it to null. Is setting it to null breaking it? Let me see how item list handles a null. I don't understand what I did wrong. I don't have an idea yet of what I could have done wrong. Set item icon. If I set it to null, const ref p icon. If the icon's the same, skip it. Oh, as we do right. Sorry, it keeps hitting the thing. That would just save like a null reference, which is fine. Is the logic of changing it back wrong? No. No. Run checklist is true. Oh wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? False. Did I get an infinite loop? Well, this should be false. But I don't think that does anything. That was just like to limit weird stuff. I don't know, maybe that was it. Yeah, it wasn't it. Icon transposed? What does that even mean? Item tag icon? What's a tag icon? What's a tag icon? What's a tag icon? That's not a thing. Yeah, it's actually not a thing. What? Tag icon? I think maybe it's like maybe it's like somehow doing it as a one shot. I don't know. All right, let me do this. Print. Checking saved. Item is saved. Item is item modified. These are just some of the dumbest errors. Checking saved. What? What? How did this line not... I am being trolled. I'm being trolled. I just straight up got trolled. What was that? What was that? Item modified. Thank you. Save. Item is saved. And now we're not running this anymore. Saved isn't doing anything either. So how are we running check saved once? I am binding it here. Open item. Close item. Is close item being called somehow? I mean, I guess it's possible. No. No. Also, what am I thinking, by the way? When I update the list, I should be showing the current item as the selected item. Crazy. I think I'm still being trolled, though. A little bit. I think I'm still being slightly trolled. Items is saved. And then it stops calling that. Why does it do that? It must mean that somehow this is being disconnected. I mean, is this being disconnected? I would be blown away if this happens. Please don't do this thing again where like you keep breaking and not working and then you suddenly work for some reason after like add enough print lines. And it's like, oh, he's on to us. Let's make it work now. No. Why is this happening? Is it in number editor? Is this emitting changed one time ever? So I'll just go up the list, I guess. Vision settings, or vision editor. Connect to on change. When changing the value. Connect. Add child. Okay. Editor mind on change. So I guess I go to on this. On change. Print. Dude. No, I don't know the name of this. No, I do want get resource. Oh. Name, I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking about that again. Literally once before, I literally just added enough print lines and it just started working. It just started working and it wasn't breaking anymore. Mind editor isn't coming out, which is fine. I click save. Click here. Editor vision isn't being set as save. Okay. 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 So that means I have to... When I save this one, I have to save these. These have to save, except editors. Can I get the expandable control? I cannot get the expandable control. It's just available. I can just grab it. It does have a specific setter, but... Also, should I be calling expandable equals instead of doing that? I probably should be, shouldn't I? I really should be, actually. Setting it like that. And then I would say when I save, let me call this update save. I need to override this method for on save. Super on save, and then what I would do is I would say I think I just say that these ones got saved is what I do. I say, hey, your is save is not true, and you're going to admit that you've been saved. Right? Or maybe I just write on save. Yeah, I think I actually just write on save. Oh, wait. No, this doesn't work. I mean, it does work. It's fine. Oh no, I'm realizing something here. I am realizing something here. When this child gets taken away, it doesn't actually go null, which is what I would like to happen. Is for this to go null. But it's not. Alright, let me make a getter. So yeah. Be serious. Wait, what? I can't define functions like this? Wow, you're obnoxious. Okay. That's obnoxious. You are so obnoxious. That's crazy. If expandable and expandable get parent is not equal to myself, then expandable is null. So now when I grab it, it will run through here and become null because it's no longer its parent, and then drop it. Okay. The reason I needed that was so if I have some, I don't know, something weird is like going on. Something was going on. Because I have the editors open a different way, or the editor is just kind of floating around sitting on itself and it's attached to an editor, it's attached to a resource. If I save that one, I want the parent resources to open another tab to say, oh, I'm also saved. But then when that happens, it runs through here and it says, hey, by the way, you're saved, right? I'm relying on the onSave to kind of protect that, to not emit more than once if we're already saved, which is good to do. Okay. So now it should be working. Instantly got 2,000 errors. Whoa. Okay. On line 169. Oh. What? I think I know what happened, but really? Oh my god. I hate this. Yeah, this system just sucks. It sucks so much. Okay. Don't use those at all. Just don't use those. And editor mind now needs to call expandable. These are fine. Do that. No. So I want the get to control it. Oh man. Okay, why did I think I needed it to be null? Why does it need to be null here when it's no longer the parent? To stop me from just constantly calling on save? No, I don't think so. It's fine, right? It's actually fine. Here's my thought. What happens when I call extend? I mean, I have full control over that, right? I literally have control over that. I am deciding when I can extend to change a sub-resource. So I'm actually good. I'm actually totally good. I don't need to worry about that. Totally good. Don't need to worry about that. It does not need to do this silly stuff. It does not need to do the silly stuff. The set can still be like that. I just don't... I don't worry about that. I don't worry about that. Actually, I hate this. Don't do that. Just call the function. Just call the function. They really got to figure that out. Like that getter and setter is not correct. It should be that whenever you're inside of those functions, you can never call the getter or the setter. You are getting the real value. When I write set base, it's like, okay, set base is the only one who can set the base. Set overrides, we're the only one who can set the overrides. So there's no recursion happening. When set runs and it retrieves the value, because for some reason I want to do that, it gets the real value. Like there's a real set value, and whenever I access that, it's just an alias from outside the script. It's just an alias, or from outside the get function, it's an alias for calling the get function. Same thing with the set function. If I retrieve it from the set function, it doesn't use the get function. It gets the real value. And then the get function has the real value. Okay? It's not this weird thing where, I don't know, the way they do it is wrong. I just know that the way they do it is wrong and bad. They even say explicitly. Only from this call, only from base, I would have to write dot base overrides equals, would it call set overrides, and then that's when it blocks itself from recursion. But only from setting again. If I try to get the value, then it's going to go to the getter, which that shouldn't happen. That can't happen. It should just be that for the set and the getter function, every time they query this value, this property, they are getting the real value. They're setting the real value. They're not calling any aliases. That's how it should be. It is dumb the way that they do it, because like I just had a Stack Overflow, and which means the only way to fix that is to just stop using the thing. I can't use it like that. Whoops. I literally just can't use that alias thing. It's like for the get and the set, you can only use one, or you have to access a private value, which won't blow up your stack and cause infinite recursion because it's not alias to anything. So then you're just left with a property name that still takes up memory. It still has a real value in the background, but you just never modify it. You just modify your real value. You have to write two variables to avoid that. It's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, I think that's how Kotlin does it. I think the documentation specifically says when you write a getter and a setter, those are the only functions that actually access the value. Everywhere else, it runs one of the aliases. It runs the get alias or the set alias. Within both of those aliases, though, it never calls an alias, it accesses the true value. So they even said, if you want to get the alias, if you want to run the aliased getter in the set function, you have to call get from inside that. Then you can get like your mapped value or whatever. You have to be explicit like that. If you want to set from the alias in the get function, which you shouldn't do, but you could, pretty sure that's the same way. You have to call the alias deliberately. And then when you do that, then you have to manage your own recursion. Actually, I think even there, it like... No, it doesn't. Then you could actually, shoot yourself in the foot. Okay, anyway, I'm about done. I've been rambling. I'm getting super sidetracked. I know I still have a problem. Oh, it's working now. Okay. I'm assuming I got so many because I was clicking and dragging, which... Cool. Okay. Looks like it's working now. Okay. Calling it good. Personally, I don't like this, but that's the best I got, I think. Although I do like breakpoint. I don't know if you can really tell there, but it's like not... It has like a slightly different color on the inside. Then I could do my own color modulation. I don't know. This is good though. This works. This is sufficient. I probably need like a gap though. It feels like it needs a bit more of a gap there between the icon. I'm sure I can get that. I also wouldn't mind having like a permanent spacer there. What if I set fixed icon size? Oh, there it is, icon margin. Let's make that 8 pixels. Is it? It's probably actually on the thing too. I guess not. 16 by 16. Why not? Why is icon margin not here? Because it's not a property. Funny. Oh no, it's a constant. It's a theme constant. Of course. So I need to set here. I guess it just need more like, yeah, probably that many pixels. Cool. Now when I open, okay, fixed icon. Wow. All right, that ain't right. That's not right. That's not right. How large is this image? Whoops, sorry. That's a crazy flashbang. Go there, a bit darker. Here, warning. Can I just, I can look at it right here. Editor, icons, warning. It is 16 pixels. No, I'm looking at window. 8 pixels. Yeah, just a circle. Okay, stop it. Just quit doing that. I don't want to save those. Dog, what is it? Alright, well, I was thinking I could set like to always have some space there, but I guess not. I would really like to be able to have it like always show that. Or have like a gap there. Like how this one does. I mean, I guess I could set them all to have that warning icon, but then just set the modulate. Maybe that's what I should do. I can make it fully transparent. Yeah, let me do add item to list. Yeah, let me do add item to list. We add this. We do this. And then, dog, what are you doing? You're all right. You're all right. Hang on. So modulate to be transparent. And then I set that here. And then this would be to set auto modulate light. This dog. Okay. So now there's a gap. And when I click, it appears. Click save, it goes away, and no motion. Awesome. I might even... Do I have a theme thing where I can like pull that back? I mean, I do. Panel. Does this have content margins? Can I make it 4 pixels? No, it's got to be like the full 8, right? Yeah. Oh well. Control S to save, and it saves. Okay. All right. sending it. And then I gotta end stream. So I gotta feed the dog. And it's also just late and dark. How is there that much? Adding a signal. Doing very little. Okay, apparently it's a lot of like 2-line changes. I need to get rid of that. Number editor. The print on line 106. I'm at 112. Well, I mean, this is line, or 109. 10, 11, 12, right. Yeah, I gotta make sure I get rid of those prints that are happening. Which connecting things. Which file is this? Just plain old editor. Line 500. Yeah, just get rid of those. And I think I still have more printing happening somewhere. Right, I think the resource editor has printing. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of like very short line changes. Sorry, I have been hitting the mic so much. All right, no more printing. When I modify stuff. Clicking this also works. Cool. Nice. All right. I can send it all after I add it back. And then done for today. Work on behavior editor. Handle saving. Handle saved. Unsaved. Icons. Or I guess it should just like add. Add modified icons. Editing resource values. Now display a icon that the resource is modified and needs to be saved. Hey, Yelia. Wrapping it up. You're committing, meaning you're done for the day? Yes. This is the last commit of the day. Good day. I got this icon. This button doesn't work. These buttons still don't work, but that one works. And this is all just set here so I can modify these however I want. There's no labels yet. I need to get labels in there. But for now, I know what these are. They're pretty obvious to me. So now I would just be adding an editor for the target names and then getting labels. And then I would have manage like the override stuff. Make these buttons do something. And then it would require very little work from that point on, hopefully, to add more stuff. At least until I get like the behavior trees in there, and then I have to figure out how to visualize that here. But I think I'll probably just use this. I think, what is it, behave just uses the scene graph to manage stuff, which I think is like crazy, but this tree is probably going to be good to use over here. And then I could have... I actually don't know how the tree works. I guess like I would click and maybe I would show like a display down here for the properties of what you've selected. Actually, that sounds good. I'd have like a tree here, and then when you click an item, it opens an editor at the bottom. Or at least just like a preview. Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. This is definitely taking me too long, but it's like, it's nice. This is getting nice. Yeah. Goodbye. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks. Goodbye.